above my tiny head, a platform stares at me. Droids above, but I can move. It's so surreal to see. And just like that, they start to move. I shout, the bubbles fire. It's clear to me, they want me gone, so I'll match their desire. I'm a cursed boy, purple dragon, crush and destroy by popping there, and I will eat all fruit until it's dead. Crush.
Good evening, folks. How are we all doing today? Right, well, it's back into the 41st millennium, and chaos reigns. Figuratively and literally. Because all the monsters came out of the warp, and we killed them. But I don't think that's going to be the end of it, if I'm honest. So we're going to crack on. And try and get back to the starport. Oh, hello. He comes, he comes, he comes, he comes. Alone or with a friend?
I always keep my options open.
So yes, we have been attacked at our own celebration ceremony, our triumph, as the Imperium calls them. And I'm just making sure nothing else jumps out and... Okay, now, why did you teleport there, Pascal? That was nuts. Making sure nothing else comes out and decides to have a crack at us. But yes, we are looking at leaving this system soon as we can get off this godforsaken planet. They are coming. One follower in the other's footsteps. The aurora of the morning and the aurora of the evening. Okay.
Let us not dawdle.
Right, so all sorts of crazy stuff.
evacuation must be handled with caution.
Okay. Well, we do have a pilot coming with us, and a couple of enforcers as well.
If we find a working shuttle, we will worry about restoring the machine spirit equilibrium once we're back on board our ship.
There's money to be made.
Oh, this is where we had the 2 turrets, wasn't it? And we gunned down a load of people by hacking them. This place. There's no way we get through here without a fight. Yeah, okay. Can I position people? Let's position from the back first. So, take you over there. And you with her. I don't want to send you over there. Okay, now the slightly more risky ones. You 3. Yeah, okay. That's actually not too bad, though. That means he just can't get where I need him. But I can probably just put him up front, to be honest, and be like, yo, idiots. It's time. We can't get through there. Sneaking a sniper up there might have been nice, though. So, probably want you there. Me there. Psyker next door. Excuse me. You at the back. And how far forward can you go? Not very. Let's not risk it with you. Let's keep you out of sight for now. Oh no. Okay. Idra. Give him dodge. What's that? Screamer. Okay, that's probably going to just ignore cover and fly straight over, so that's going to be fun. Sight.
Here we go. Let's make it quick. Let's get to it.
You missed.
On my way. Let's get to it.
Okay. Send you in there while he runs over that way.
All too suits my purposes.
Kara is a goddamn god. Right. Grenade. My apologies, folks. Give me one moment. I just need to go and sort something that has just popped up on my screen, and I need to get this sorted quick. So I shall be right back. Apologies. Did agree to do a favour for someone taking a package for them that they desperately needed for tomorrow but weren't going to be available today. Yeah, and they've just sent me a message like, hey, you still up? Yes, I'm still up. Just had to run it across the road to them. Right, where are we? You've just thrown a grenade. Interesting. Grenades are not something that takes your turn away from you. Does take your movement, though. Right. Can I get Kara and you? No. In which case... Oh, we need line of sight. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, in which case... And... Probably going to be it for you then, because I've put you in a position where you can't do anything.
Hold on.
Let's get to it.
It's a good job we don't lose experience for them killing our guys. Our enemies. If I go there... Oh, no, let's pop that first. I always forget to pop that at the start of battle. How far can I get? I can get to you. This is... Does that affect enemies? All allies in a circle? No.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Brain pop. Oh, that's right. He doesn't counter parry anymore, does he? Because I took his thing off him. Bugger. Right, I didn't think of that. So, we're going to minion... We're going to deputize you.
What is done?
We're going to give you more movement just to get you into cover. We're going to give you an extra turn. And you're gonna... High momentum. Give a dodge over there.
Was that you? Or
Another enemy down.
Here we go. Let's make it quick.
Ooh, we got a commander in the midst. Okay.
Get to it. Out my way.
That thing is a worry. Oh, nice! Arbites.
Let's get to it.
Okay, that turns the odds in our favour. Fucking hell, have it. Terrifying the rest. He's just using all his AP to command the dog. That is a heavy stubborn motherfucker. What are you doing? I am in that blast radius. I also want that gun. I really want that gun. Back of opportunity. Doggo gets. Nice. Right, now my actual turn. Dodging for you. And burning for you. Which will bleed over to the nearest and kill that one as well. And then I guess we're going to want to move forward. Start reducing that thing's armor down. Okay, cool. Right, so if we run there, attack you. Dive over there.
Not a problem for me.
Attack you. Lose some health off of everything. Take another go. Murderize you.
Suits my purposes. All too easy.
Pascal, run forward for me. And neutralize that thing's armor. The allies also... Cool. Run joint analysis. What's the range on that? Oh, it's there. Okay. Right. You've taken a whole 10 damage. Someone has managed to do damage to you. Pop.
I'm done with this one. High momentum.
One extra.
Anything is.
You are now eternally on fire. Precision shots. 95, 95. One over there is not gettable. Did that crit? Holy shit. Yeah, 41 energy critical hit. Nice.
Suits my purpose.
Then Doggo should go kill that, right?
One step ahead.
Yeah. Right then, Solomon's chest plate is punctured in multiple places and his face stained with blood, but his gaze remains clear and firm. Still alive, rogue trader? Good. You spot just as many wounds on Glato. There are burns and cuts all over the coat, and one of the visors is broken. And yet there is nothing in the Cybermastiff's straight posture that would indicate pain, if pain is even something this dog can feel. It appears your investigation has hit a dead end. Not yet, it hasn't. A crooked smile crosses his face. We did find something at the port terminal. Shortly after the tithe was hauled away, a suspicious ship took off from the planet, and I already know how to track it down. Where's the governor? I do not know. He waited for you under Arbite's escort to burn the heretic's body and conclude the ceremony. But when the sun went out and the enemies came at us from every crack in the rockcrete, he panicked and ran. Not the smartest choice. He would have been safer with us. Happened at the starport. Panic and heresy. The people are ready to crush each other to reach the shuttles, which makes them easy targets for enemy. Offer you first aid. I would have accepted your offer, but we still have Medicaid kits. Not many, but it should last us until we get to the shuttles, which is all we need. Commend your resolve. Actually, our plan is to retreat. The rebels are one thing, but there is nothing we can do against the warp forcing its way in. And that's a fact. He spits a mouthful of blood. This battle was forced upon us. We had to keep the heretics away from the terminal until the machine spirits finished transferring the data to the shuttle. You helped us to fight them off, so instead of words of gratitude, let me offer you something more substantial. He hands you a heavy shotgun. It belonged to a bloody good arbitrator. May it serve you now. Votary of the Lex Imperialis. My squad and I will dress your wounds. Regroup, then try to break through to our shuttle. I recommend you do that last part as well, and soon. Been a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Do try to survive. I sincerely hope that you die out there. No. To die would be to fail my mission, and I cannot let that happen. Emperor protect you, rogue trader. Right, begin the lootings. Hot shot las pistol. Who's got a las pistol? You've got one, don't you? You've got an auto pistol. That might be better for you, though. And a Mezoa pattern sword. Same as a chain sword, but doesn't have the crit. So, dust that off. I'm guessing there's still a load back there. Okay, nothing amazing. However, I think you use a shotgun, don't you? Higher base damage. Pretty much the same. It's just exactly the same with a higher base damage, so... Oops. How did it do that? I should have taken that sword out and given it to him for a secondary. Right. Now, before I forget, I want to go into level ups on you. Can we give you Drakari weapon training? No. Requires level 22. Damn. Okay, well, we'll favorite that on you. Whenever the Psycho uses a Psychic turn, 6 cells or further, the target suffers additional 3. Gain 5 toughness. Gonna be that. And we want Law Warp. No, that's Idra. Law Xenos is yours. 2 more levels until specializations. Whenever you use heroic acts, that ally gains temporary wounds. No. Already got those 2. Officer targets an ally with ability for the first time in a round and they gain 2 temporary wounds. I think more AP is what we're aiming for here. Also use a voice of command or bring it down. For the first time, this ability costs the 1 less. Half the bonus of Voice of Command remains until the end of combat. This bonus does not stack with itself or with bonuses granted by Voice of Command, but does count as an officer ability effect for the purposes of other talents. Cool. Oh, stand witness? Oh, okay, cool. We did like that. That one was pretty good. That one's also not bad. If a noble uses an ability on their servant, the servant gains +1 AP. If the servant kills the target that the noble dealt damage to, see, it's the noble dealt damage to that makes me not want that. That's just enough to make me go, maybe. Yeah, there's nothing really in there that's going to help. Oh, I can't do Drakari because I don't have that. So there's not much to pick from for us, I'm afraid. We could prime for another melter. Yeah, let's prep that for them for when we get the big melter. Right. We are Law Imperial, aren't we? Well, let's get commerce. All allies affected by Brace for Impact gain an extra turn with 0 AP and 3 MP and increase their cover efficiency by 20% for 1 round. Targets can only use movement abilities, Heroic Acts, or Desperate Measures during this extra turn. Oh, we're looking to get a shield for you, aren't we? Where was Shield Master? And a couple of points in Medicaid. If we're going to be burning things, let's hope they can critical burn. Willpower is yours. And for you, good sir, I cannot remember what we were doing. That is sensible for you. Cool. Everybody. No, what now? Was there a... There was a box over here. Was it goods? No.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
That wasn't there before. Damn. Shiny? Captive. The drums exude a caustic smell of promethium. Thankfully, the rebels have not yet reached them and set the place ablaze. God, yeah, please give me... I should probably sort out my grenades. Sucks that they don't stack. Right, what do we got? Crack, that's heavy armor. Force grenade, pushes enemies away. Don't particularly want that. A blinding grenade could be useful, but a pyro is probably better. And then gas and frag. You're also a grenadier, that's fine, but the blinding grenade is probably better for you. You're also grenades, you've got the monofilament, which I might give to you. It is Xenotech, after all. You can. Nice. Didn't know that. If you ever need a grenade, we're in trouble. You're stocked to the gills, and I am grenades only. What slot is that? Like backpack equipment? No idea. Might be like augmetics and enhancements.
Keep your wits about you.
Stench of physaline and blood blankets the starport. Echoes and shouts of gunfire drift over the landing pads. The shards of plexiglass crunch underfoot. You recognize Sergeant Malgar amid the crowd, huddled next to the shuttles. He was the soldier who greeted you upon your arrival. The sergeant's chest is fitted with a sturdy-looking flak vest bearing the insignia customary among your troops. One of the enforcers you sent must have given Malgar as a gift. You sent reinforcements from your ship to help Sergeant and his people at the starport. A group of bloodied and frightened people is wedged between Malgar's wardens and the shuttles. You recognize them as the governor of the planet and the members of the high-ranking entourage. Their expensive attire have been torn in the fight, and many bear wounds left by bayonets. Where are the people who were sent to assist you from my ship? No, let's see what's going on. Report for me. Sergeant spins around to face you, his face twisted in a grimace of anger. Our esteemed governor and his gang of... Alright. A gang of cronies have been cowering behind us, and now, when things get rough, they thought they could scarper and leave us here to die. We've shed our blood for him and broken our backs to provide for him. After all this, you think that's fair, you piece of grok shit? No, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Oh, he killed him. The governor spits out blood and opens his mouth to respond. When his head explodes, his body falls limp, his remaining eye staring upwards. Chorus of noble screams cannot drown out the sergeant's spiteful whisper. Enough, you said your piece. Madness. Punishable by death. We don't have time for this. We need to get to the shuttle. Another in your position has forgotten that the Emperor protects all his subjects, but surely not you. It is your duty to help anyone you can. Sergeant pauses before nodding heavily. Your ladyship, ma'am, you helped us when things looked grim. I'll do as you say. Why you want to save these parasites, that I don't understand. But maybe not all of them deserve death. A dull thud comes from deep within the starport. Heavy footsteps shake the rock crate. Please, 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 for the love of God, tell me I'm not about to fight a frickin' hell brute. Heavy footsteps shake the rock crate, rising an unpleasant tremor in your bones. Okay, putting me up against a Space Marine was also sucky, but much more doable. Right. That doesn't count as cover. Okay, Aurora's going next, and then we've got some rabble at the back. Right. I was going to say, this is about to really hurt. Ow. Burn eternally in the fires of the warp. Let's give him a weapons malfunction. And no armor. Stay in cover for me.
Let's get to it.
Fuck, Henrik's down. Okay, not the worst loss of the team, if I'm completely honest. Let's see if we can make you bleed. It's bleeding and warp.
On it.
Where did all they go? I don't understand this skill. The operative hits a target with an exploit stack. The attack deals 5 plus perception bonus % more damage. The damage is also increased by 10% for each exploit on the target. The attack removes all exploits from the target. Okay. Am I going to be able to trade shots with this dickhead up here? No, I'm not. I am, however. I'm going to be able to put those two fuckers down with a single shot. What the hell is happening here? It's like he's taunted and he doesn't know what to do about it.
But of course.
Nope. Guessing you're not taunted anymore. Yeah, alright, this guy's a full psyker. Oh no, that's from Hendrix, I see. Warrior marks target, gaining 24 armor and 6 damage on melee attacks against the target. If the target attacks the warrior during this round, the warrior gains 1 AP.
At your beck and call. I will do my duty.
Will do.
Goddamn Space Marines! Missed. Damn. Just keep this fecker on fire. And how much is he bleeding for each turn now? Deals 3 plus the Psyker's warp. What is that? 3 plus the Psyker's willpower. Plus 3 times psi rating. Oh, yeah, okay. Damage to the target at the end of each turn. With 5 times psi rating % armor pen. Okay. And he could never stop burning, because I've burnt him eternally. And while you're out in the open, please take some extra dodge. Mark it. You know what? Burn its armor out. This one, Kara. Nice. Hello. Damn it. It is that way.
Out of my way.
Oh, I hit him. I didn't realize I hit him on that last round. Gotcha. She's at another level. I mean, to be fair, we did just fight a fucking space marine. Goddamn CSM. Please give me that. Requires a heretical follower. Damn. As conviction have 4 wounds. Veil degradation is above 15 plus 10 toughness. A life-draining sword. 6 damage with bleed. Successful hit with this sword, the target must pass a toughness. On failure, the target suffers a bleeding effect. And veil degradation increases. If you are at conviction heretical, the wielder restores wounds equal to 25% of the damage dealt by to the bleeding target. Just the second hit that takes the heal. I don't think we have anybody. You considered heretical. Interesting. No objection to you using that. Well, I did want to save that guy, but he was being a bit of a prick, and then he died about it anyway. Excuse me, sir. You have a better lasgun for me. Sniper rifle. You have a rebel sniper rifle. It is higher base and damage, same rate of fire, less range. But it does possess the Deadeye. Solid projectile weapons have an increased 50% over pen. I think I'm going to stick with the long las, simply because that gives, you know, that means basically if they're in cover, I still stand a really good chance. But to be honest, why not take both at this point? until we find something else. Okay, then. We're almost at our promotion. I guess we should take some toughness. Plus 1 AP for servants is pretty good. We got 2 levels out of that. Holy shit. Targets of finest hour gain additional bonuses. During their turn, the target deals 3 times the officer's fell bonus. % damage until the end of combat. Target gains the effect of voice of command. Oh, so it's 16 we get to that. Okay. We're 15 now. Yeah, we got 2 full levels out of that fight. You know what? I think more movement with you is going to be useful here. Daring Breach also grants 10 movement points. 10 movement points until the end of the turn. This turn melee. No, okay. I think, yeah, just movement points, put him wherever I need him. Oh, I've just understood this one better. The Psyker's critical hit chance increases by 1% until the end of combat every time the Psyker deals damage by any means. That means burn damage, that means bleed over damage, that means everything. That's actually a lot better than I thought it was. None of these are that good, really. We don't really use her for that anyway. Oh, we could send you into Psycho Majoris now. Yeah, so they need to be a Psycho Majoris and level 19, unless they're at least 14 and a sanctioned Psyker. That's cool. Better for you. Cool. Let's have a quick look around the starport. Is this guy survive? Hopefully he was with his wife, because we did meet his wife. If it matters which ship you get on.
I always have a backup plan.
That's my shuttle. Our shuttle has been burned and will never fly again. The pilot's charred body is stiff, hands still clenching the levers. My shuttle. Grand viaduct for receiving esteemed guests is buried underneath this rubble. Little void ship. We're free of this godforsaken planet. Of this god emperor forsaken planet. We leave now. Thanks be to the Emperor that you're alive, your ladyship. We are most gratified by your return, and the crew is full of zeal to carry out any orders you may have. I want to know what happened to the sun. What is the current situation? Why do you not send a shuttle to the planet? What is happening on the planet? Do we have any hope of retaking it? Let's find out what the sun. Lord Captain, we saw a number of ships approach the sun. Black creations of inhuman make, amalgams of sharp angles and edges. They surrounded the star and then... My apologies, but I struggle to find words that could describe that terrible sight. The Xenos made the sun vanish into the void. So it was Dark Eldar then? Drukari, sorry. As if we didn't have enough troubles on our hands already. Lord Xenos... Oh, it's an auto-succeed. Okay. A breed of Eldari, the most cruel and devious of their kind. The design of the ship matches the description provided by the Voxmaster. Like all Xenos, the Drukari are a blight on the face of the galaxy, but their technological superiority is indisputable. They abhor and fear warp sorcery, which is why they rely on the creation of their twisted intellect. And many of those creations are capable of things that may seem akin to sorcery to the unenlightened eye. The theft of a sun is one example. Excuse me. We can rule out the possibility that they're in league with the cultists. The Drukari would never ally themselves with the archenemy's worshippers. If I had to name one thing that humanity and the Xenos have in common, that would be a shared loathing of warp corruption. The situation calls for immediate action, Althea. We can continue this conversation later if you wish, but right now, I believe you should issue command. What's happening on the planet? Augur operators are reporting numerous uprisings and other manifestations of the Archenemy's powers at various locations on the planet. Based on the fragments of communications picked up by our Vox operators, there's practically no resistance being offered by the Governor's forces. Millions of people are converting to the blasphemous Final Dawn cult en masse and assembling in prayer circles. Do we have any hope? Fear that Reichard Minoris is lost. The situation is deteriorating by the minute. We must leave the system as soon as possible. However, there are still people on the planet who have not succumbed to heresy, and who are worthy of rescue. Besides the small number of our own shuttles, we also have the shuttle salvage from the starport. We must save as many as we can. This has all happened for a reason. Saint Argenta, whose name I carry with reverence and trepidation, is famed for saving people of a dying world through the power of prayer. The God Emperor himself sent a star from the heavens that lifted the saint and her followers up to the sky, away from corruption and death. We must do as she did, direct all our efforts to saving those people who, at this moment, look to the heavens in hope of salvation. The lives of peasants are of little value. Our prime objective is to save the Holy Relic, the miraculous fusion reactor, and the electro-priests who guard and tend to it. Every moment we spend in proximity to a dying world, we are putting ourselves at risk. Your life, Captain, is far more valuable than all of Reichad Minoris. The von Valancius dynasty cannot be allowed to perish, and so lamentable though it is, we must rule out any idea of evacuation. The world is doomed, and its inhabitants along with it. The disappearance of the star was the final nudge towards death. The finale of the Cult of the Final Dawn's plans. I once witnessed a similar event, a world that had surrendered to the servants of the archenemy and permitted corruption to enter too deep. At this moment, millions of people are bowing down before those who promised them salvation. And they are willingly giving over their souls to chaos. A sacrifice great enough to bring forth a demon world. Our only hope of stopping this process is to retreat to a safe distance from the planet and conduct targeted bombing of the Electro-Priest Monastery. If we blow up the reactor, a thermonuclear reaction will follow. The world's oxygen will evaporate, killing off the entire biosphere. In doing this, we will save millions of souls from a fate far worse than death, and we will save Reichen Minoris from becoming another outpost of the archenemy. Whatever fate you choose for this world, I urge you to make haste, Lord Captain. The planet is burning in raging flashes of crimson and purple. I can see even from orbit. As do I see that the storm is already upon us. With every moment that we waste, it grows even more difficult and perilous to steer the ship through the warp. God, I can't stop yawning all of a sudden. I'm with the lady on this one. Enough talking. We need to get out of here while we can. Something lurking in the depths of your consciousness bristles at the passing thought of saving people. The spike of horror you feel takes your breath away. It is as if you are planning to steal the prey of a mighty predator. The planet is already wrapped in a thread stretching out from the warp. It deserves to have a new master. Set an optimal course to carry out the orbital strike on the Electro-Priests. We will not waste any time with this world. Pull back and begin preparations. Which of the planet's inhabitants could we evacuate? The nobles you rescued at the starport have given the coordinates of shelters where you will find surviving aristocrats and their families. As the Sergeant Malgar's troops, they will help to control the crowds of frightened commoners and prevent the shuttles from being overloaded. Thanks to you, we have salvaged many shuttles from the starport that we can now use. Now, my thoughts are, if I bring people on board, they could be cultists. Simple as that. That's an utter gamble I'm not really willing to take. If we blow the fusion reactor, everything other than humans is already cursed and going to become chaos food anyway, so blowing them up doesn't help us. It doesn't stop people converting. So I think we take the fusion reactor. Any delay caused by loading and transporting to the ship will cost us precious time. Do not deceive yourself. If you indulge in vanity, you doom billions to eternal torment at the hands of the archenemy. One more objection from you, and I shall forget all about the need to deliver you to Footfall alive. You detect a flicker of something beneath Henrik's sanguine mask. Whatever it may be, it does not seep into the interrogator's dispassionate voice. In that case, I consider it necessary to point out that the mark of the archenemy could infiltrate the ship with the priests escorting the reactor. Keep that in mind for the future. Consider it done. It is likely our shuttles would have capacity to evacuate some people as well. Let's try. I don't give a shit about nobles. Consider it done. This will bring us to the limit of our capabilities. We have no more shuttles to use in the evacuation efforts. The bridge is in upheaval. The technomat's prayers mix together in a senseless cacophony while servitors work hastily to remove a hardened crust of sacred unguents from the warp engine's components. In the middle of all this tumult stands Pascal with the data slate clutched in his hand, seemingly disconnected from the flurry of activity around him. Why don't you assume control of the technomat? Surely your contribution could speed things up. You blasted cog! If you do not bring the situation under control, we will perish. Act swiftly. Yeah. You are right. This is my temple. Tech comrades, heed my instruction. The mayhem immediately subsides and the crew's actions fall into some indiscernible logic. The Omnisci's servants start walking in sync, and the binaric clamour becomes a symphony of reports which the Magos coordinates with a skillful conductor. I'll act like a greenhorn in front of me ever again. I'm really done. The Omnisci guides me. Give me a second, I'm just going to grab a drink. My mouth is parched. It's much better. Right. Prayer of the tech priest surrounding the cogitator almost drowns out the sounds of the bustling bridge behind you. Pascal, poring intensely over the data slate in his hands, extends a mechadendrite towards you. Please take your place at the cogitator, Lord Captain. I'll do as it's told. There's no reason not to. Huge machine in front of you is lit with dozens of vid screens and hundreds of lumens. The blinking lights and endless rush of symbols and digits on the green background make your eyes water, and a vague sense of alarm shimmers in the depths of your mind. Typical reaction of a layperson when confronted with the magnitude of the Omnisci's creations. Among the numerous controls, you see the mouth of a cyber gargoyle, the same as at the gate of the Chamber of Warrant. Servants of the machine gone, heed my command. Acolytes, prepare the incense instrumentation for the liturgy of machine spirit. Propitiation? Senior technomats, recite the prayer to generate a current data report. Operations will be marked with the componological protocol Omnisci rejoice. I must inform you that for purposes of your safety, complete reassembly of the warp sextant and updating of the datasmith's blessing are required. If this is not done, then at launch the volume of aggregate calculation errors could result in the destruction of the data crypts. But we do not have 100 hours at our disposal. We must omit this procedure. A minor deviation from the right of operation for the sake of appeasing the spirit. What must I do? Place your hand inside the throat of the cogitator guardian, the cyber gargoyle, which has been assigned to guard the forbidden data crypts. The dynastic blood extracted from your veins will serve as a key to the data core, which the machine spirit dwells. To it we will offer our prayers so that we may bypass the protective protocol for defective connections and launch the warp sextant. The laws of the Omnisci know no exception, and so this is a ritual I will remain at your side, to placate the wrathful machine spirit, in whose abode you will be intruding. Follow my liturgies, and you may receive his blessing. Okay. Metal jaw clamps down on your hand, breaking your delicate corporeal sheath and releasing warm red liquid into its gullet. At the same moment, the image on the vid screen before you changes. Gesture at the vid screen. At the sound of your voice, the cogitator servant, whose bronze-bound skeleton is built into the cogitator housing, shudders. With a screech, its skull rotates towards you and then stops in position. Benevolent code, a voice receptor. Pascal emits a sequence of binary signals and then is silent for several seconds. I hypothesize that the defect is located in the analyzer block. I register a reaction to the signal but no processing response. A temporary override is permissible. The Magos intently studies the video screen. The shell was created on a forge world unknown to me, initiating standard invocation of the machine spirit. Pascal leans over the adjacent instrument panel and sets his hands on the controls. At the same time, a quiet stream of machine code begins to pour forth from his vox. I now ask you to address the machine spirit. Speak the following command. By my authority, I revoke the inviolable protocol of the warp engine. The voice receptor will receive the vocal entry. Without your sanction, the machine spirit will not accept the data from the warp sextant. Okay. One of the cogitator's vid screens turns red. Pascal sees this and raises his hand, signaling to the rest of the text priests, and then withdraws a connection from his sleeve and connects it to the machine. Servants of the Omnissiah, make now the offering of cleansed data crypts to the machine spirits so that it may be filled with their true and calibrated data. May the Omnissiah have mercy on our souls. In meek solemnity, the Acolytes offer up a cleansed data crypt to the warp engines, one after another, repeating prayers of exaltation after anointing the contacts with sacred unguents. Pascal inserts them into the cogitator slots. Your head begins to spin from the holy sensor's foul-smelling clouds of smoke, and from the loss of the blood that the crypt gargoyle continues to drink from you, and the world swims before your eyes. Let this mechanism awaken in renewed purity. Pascal enters a sequence of commands and raises his head, watching the vid screens. Suddenly he stops dead. His fingers fly over the command runes, entering command after command. His mechadendrites, clicking with their pincers, pull at one lever after another. The vid screen fills with strings of symbols, completely incomprehensible to you, but clearly conveying something to the Magos. Everything alright? After a few seconds, one of the data crypts mounted on the cogitator begins to emit sparks. A moment later, another crypt does the same. The next burst into flames and give off foul-smelling smoke. Around you, the Omnissiah's servants break off from their prayers, and someone bursts into frantic pleading. The massive errors in the warp sextant's calculations is destroying the data repositories. The offering did not appease the ship's spirit. The warp engine cannot be filled with the motive force. We are trapped. Perhaps an alternative Ryzen protocol or an emergency launch of the auxiliary coils. Tech Priest bends over the cogitus, but something in his pose and movement reveals his desperation. While the other vid screens are filled with more and more strings of symbols, the monitor in front of you blinks and his static image changes. Pascal is too engrossed in the ritual to notice. Stab true false, blah blah blah. Machine spirit, can you hear me? Sound of it translated binary hymns. Injury rescue query. It's the Lord Captain of this vessel. Obey me and stop. The Wart Engine, Hella Machine Spirit, in the name of the Omnissiah and the Emperor, reveal unto us the power to guide us against our doom. That was a non-executable request, Lord Captain. Even if the voice receptor could interpret such a... Pascal's next vocalization goes unsynthesized as he sees the vid screen begin to stabilize one after another. The strings frantically galloping across the screen's green background are replaced with stable images of regularly updating status reports. Only one monitor remains inexplicably red. Registering warp sextant activated, registering data stream stabilized, 0 data errors found. Warp engine is ready for translation. I'm also reporting evidence indicating a Category 3 miracle fulfilling the criteria. Thou shalt witness the mechanism that toils in glorification of its function and in defiance of deactivation. Lord Captain, Revor here. The crew's almost finished carrying out the orders given earlier, and I've just received information from the engineering halls. I don't know what you did, but the warp engine's up and raring to go. We're ready to begin the translation to the warp, your ladyship. Go. I don't care what happened. Get me out of here. Waiting for you to ascend the captain's throne. May the Emperor protect us. Yeah, I don't want to be here when this, whatever this is, does whatever this is, does. Excuse me, window? I'm going to say, thank God. Please put the fucking shutters down. Lord alive. Good way to burn out everybody's souls on the ship. Oh, look, one is red. Yeah, that's cool.
Von Valancia's flagship made its way out of the doomed star system. As the void shift plunged deeper into the Corona's expanse, the rogue trader's subjects bid a formal farewell to the late head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valancius.
She ain't dead.
Having paid their last respects, the crew gathered their strength and braced themselves for whatever was to come next.
No way she's dead. It was too clean. You completed Chapter 1. Lord Captain, allow me to report. Our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Orselio informs me that we have reached the point where we can translate into real space in the Feribundus system. Lady Navigator and her pilots are awaiting your permission. Feribundus system is home to Footfall, the only Imperial outpost with a functioning wharf in the Coronis expanse. The tech priests are begging you to have mercy on the machines worn down by the warp and allow the servants of the Omnicide to inspect and heal the void ship's wounds at the docks. Prayers and ritual will take some time, which our astropathic choir will use to establish a connection to the prime worlds of your protectorate, Dragonus, Janus, and Kiava Gamma. Master Zachary Weiss has received an invitation previously... has recovered an invitation previously adrift in the Immaterium. The Liege of Footfall has humbly requested an audience with the rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with shades of pleading. I quote, "Apparently the Liege is anxious to meet as soon as possible." Footfall, the place where filth and sanctity go hand in hand. Reverend Hieromonius Dolosoro will most likely expect a visit from me. I imagine he will be interested in talking to you as well. I will be leaving your void ship when we arrive on Footfall, Althea. Once that is done, consider the Lord Inquisitor's task complete. I hereby inform the rogue trader that during a comprehensive system inspections, this unit discovered data clusters from within the captain's cogitator that are concealed from prying eyes, by means of a personal cipher and a sacrament of algorithmic authorization. Unit Althea von Valancius has been added to the access list and assigned the identifier Keeper 2. The unit can access the data from the captain's cogitator provided that she possesses the decryption key. Detect a hint of something resembling curiosity in his voice. You're leaving us. The arrangement between Lord Inquisitor and your predecessor was that I be transported to Footfall and no farther. I dare not take advantage of your generosity and patience any more than I already have. Finally, my benevolence and patience were both about to run out. True servants of the Emperor always welcome aboard my ship. An interrogator of the Inquisition seldom gets to hear such words. Thank you for your hospitality. I will not forget it. Who's this priest? He's the head of the Drusian mission on Footfall. Oh, we need to go there first, selling shit anyway. And one of the most prominent clergymen in the sector. Paying him a visit is a good thing for any loyal servant of the Emperor to do. I assisted his mission before I joined Leia Theodora on her voyage. I need his blessing to accompany the new rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. If you wish to have me aboard your ship, I request that we meet him. I don't give a shit if you stay or not. I'll be completely honest, you could walk off into the void. I do not care. And why does Liege want to see me so badly? Not you personally. He wishes to meet with the rogue trader of Von Valancius dynasty. Now, he does not know about Lady Theodora's death and is simply seeking an audience with the powers that be. My gut is telling me that something must be very wrong on Footfall if our astropath managed to read such strong emotion from such an anodyne message. We have no information, Lord Captain. The broadcast from Footfall Astropathic Choir was the only missive Zachary could receive. Okay, what do I need to know about Footfall? Largest port in the trading capital of the Coronis Expanse. There's a dockyard that will allow us to inspect and repair the Void Ship, and it boasts its own astropathic choir, Coronis Expanse's communication nexus. Not to mention pirate hideouts, smuggler caches, and forts belonging to a dozen gang groups. And fortifications. In the Coronis Expanse, the Imperium relies on this as its outpost. The fringes of humanity's domain rarely resemble the central worlds. But so long as Footfall serves the God Emperor, insofar as it can, it will be considered a citadel of the Imperium, although I have heard that the tithes it sends are underwhelming, to say the least. Due to Footfall's remoteness, it has developed its own rules and customs. Many of the goods that can be procured there would be considered heresy in the heart of the Imperium, enough to warrant summary execution. Moreover, Footfall is the domain of rogue traders who transcend certain Imperial laws by virtue of the warrant they bear. What do you know about the Liege? Takara is a very peculiar young man. Consider your upcoming conversations a baptism of fire in Footfall's political arena. Such things are not spoken out loud, but Liege Takara is the appointee of the Casbalancan mission, the largest robber baron crime syndicate in the Calaxis sector. Why do I know that? Oh, Calaxis, yeah, there's Assassin Guild. They specialize in cold trade. It's cold trade. Illegal commodities, artifacts of Xeno origin, buying and selling of all kinds of Xeno rubbish. Footfall was previously run by a liege who did business with several criminal factions at once, but he suffered an accident. The reins of power were picked up by Vladium Takora, whose appointments benefit not only the Casbalica, but also their most powerful ally in the Coronis, rogue trader Winterscale. Vladim is a slippery, yet very cautious fellow. He does not usually beat around the bush, and does not play mind games. Perhaps more importantly, he is no fool. Fools do not rise as high in the Casbalican hierarchy. Keep this in mind. You are a rogue trader. You stand above him in status and wield considerable power. Having said that, history has seen cases where Casbalican barons crossed swords with rogue traders and emerged victorious. Do not forget that and remain vigilant. The Casbalica, vile tech thieves. I think we're good. I don't really want to do much else. Let's drop out of warp. I want to be in here much longer than I have to. Vigdis begins issuing instructions. The massive ship appears to change with her every word. The bridge is set in motion as hundreds of people start to prepare for the shift to real space. A measured chanting fills the corridors to safeguard the vessel and its crew. One more thing, Lady Captain. No one at the station knows about Lady Theodora's demise and you inheriting the title. Liege Takora will be informed, but it is required so that we can use the dock. And besides, he is expecting a personal ordinance with the rogue trader. He will not meet with an unknown person of unclear standing. However, there is still the matter of announcing your arrival. You can either arrive on the station with the proper pomp and ceremony, or choose to visit incognito. What's the downfall here? Unwritten laws, rogue traders are special privileges that exceed even the powers of the Liege. However, they may choose not to exercise those privileges in certain situations. Arriving incognito will give you more room to maneuver, while an official visit will allow you to directly intervene in local affairs. I shall explain if you do not mind. As per the unwritten rule, every rogue trader arriving in the station has the right to veto any of the Liege's decisions. But there is a catch. The Coronis Expanse is home to several influential rogue trader dynasties. Footfall is where they intersect. Of course, that does not prevent certain persons, namely Winterscale, from subtly pulling the strings on Footfall. If you, a new rogue trader, start your career with an official landing and a parade in your honor, the other dynasties may see this gesture as the newcomer challenging their spheres of influence. I do not see that as a bad thing, necessarily. Old Man Winterscale may take slight offense, Corda would be put on her guard, but you have just risen to prominence and most people in the Coronis Expanse will not even heard about you. I must be made clear that the banner of Von Valancius roars as high as ever. If I may, I would recommend incognito. You will have plenty of opportunities to savor the sweetness and burden of power, but right now is the last time you can take refuge in obscurity. This way, your arrival will not draw much attention, and the people will treat you as a person and not as an almighty sovereign anointed by the Emperor. It could turn some situations to your advantage. I think incognito is the best way. I think we go incognito. It will be done, Lord Captain. With your gracious permission, I will return to my duties. One of your conviction branches has reached rank 2 adherent. Once it reaches rank 3 votary, it becomes the character's main conviction. After that, you will start to be able to choose dialogue options referring to other conviction branches, but those branches cannot be raised above rank 2. Okay.
Lord Captain. Lord Captain.
Okay, no one's got anything to say to me if you're just saying the same things. Where does Kara end up sitting around on the deck anywhere? It never occurred to me to check. Who's Abel? Oh, that's that tech priest we rescued. Person you saved from the Electro Priest Monastery, the servant of the Omnissiah who calls himself Abel Hanuman, is staring intently at the cogitator vid screens. Wires connect the sacred computing machine to the augmetics inside the prayerfully bowed hands of murmuring servitors. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Referring. The running of this binaric protocol was bogged down and dissolved in false commands. The filter has separated the correct signals from the incorrect. The running has been restored to its swiftness. Tech Brother Abel has passed the diagnostics. The Pernice's influence sacrilege procedures that have been completely eliminated. Statistically, most survivors of the schismatical infestations are left to serve with severe cognitive impairments. However, Tech Brother Abel's mind, being of a less typical nature, has not been damaged to so great a degree. Are you free from possession? Why do you have this? Oh, wrong button. What was flawed has since been purged, but the shadows of the hunt linger. The cog is dismounted, and no judgment has been made. In the absence of judgment, threat remains. Who will make the judgment? I will. There is no need to frighten him. I'll try to give him no undue cause. Why do you have the same name? The naming of the names is not an index to the text. The naming of the names is the text. Abel's answers can be enigmatic. His mind works differently from ours. He thinks in harmonic imagery and notices the similarities of proportional relationships in the world around him. Poetry would be the closest analogy to how he perceives and interacts. Didn't answer my question. Relaxes a little, gazes adrift, then there is silence. I guess not then. I don't really care that much. I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna leave you to your shit, if I'm honest. Yeah, I guess not then. I guess most people end up on the bridge. But, yeah, we do have something to check out in the captain's quarters. Right, we have a cogitator to inspect. No? This... No, it's not. Lord Captain's Data Chronicle. I want to access that.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
How do I access the other one? Guess I don't. Okay, maybe the cogitator he was talking about is on the bridge then. Maybe it's that one we were interacting with. Lord Captain, the machine spirit of the mechanism slumbers. Would you wish to awaken it? Use some of your blood. Inform my system encrypted data. I wish to know its contents. Machine Spirits has discovered numerous critical errors. The data is damaged, registering an intact segment. The Machine Spirit has spoken the words of Kiava Gamma and Dragonus hold certain data repositories. The mechanism is ready to provide the rogue trader with data keys that can unlock said repositories. How do I accept these keys? Gracious Machine Spirit is willing to transfer the data keys to the head of House von Valancius by means of an Elect 2, a hypodermic tattoo augment. If you are ready to accept the keys, place your hand in the servitor's mouth. Have other questions? Begins to work out why I was able to start the ship. Spends hours pursuing the quest of knowledge in hopes of comprehending the nature of said miracle. Nothing yet then. Remind me of who you are. Faithful servant, the machine god, the venerated Engineer Prime, and entrusted the sacred mechanism into my care so that I may assist in your understanding and comprehension. So did I get an Elect 2 there? Did it give? I don't see that it give. Oh. Right. I guess we're going to take a look at the new region then. Lord Captain, I'm getting reports of several ships moving towards us. Judging by the fact that they're not responding to our hails, and the telemetry shows a trail of macro batteries, they're not here for a chinwag. Ready to issue orders and prepare for the battle at your command. Can we evade? I don't think so, Lord Captain. There'd be no reason to. It'd be easier to blast this scum to smithereens than to evade them. Well, one footfall, we're coming with a new with a few macro salvos. Where do they come from? The rubbish of Furibundus, and I'm not talking about these wrecks that are about to open fire. I mean the remains of meteorites, gas clouds, refuse from the shipyards. It all bunches together, and the smaller ships hide behind it to harass ships as they emerge from the warp. Oh, fuck them. Let's get them shot. This is our tutorial on ship combat. I've just realised. Yeah, this is going to be a ship combat tutorial. Holy shit, it really is. The Beggar's Blade. Okay. Oh, it's proper ship combat. Yes. Yes. We don't have enough, so we can thrust forward, but we can only turn at certain degrees. Right, I have a Prow Mezoa Lance and voice pattern torpedo tubes. I can ram. I have Mars pattern macro batteries across the broadsides, port and starboard. So if I was to do that, you're out of range. You're out of range. Torpedoes are. Select location. These torpedoes can move and attack starting from the next round. When attacking, each torpedo deals 19 damage on a direct hit. Okay, well, first of all, let's launch torpedoes there. And I'm going to harass him. And then let's head there. and fire our main battery. What's this? Restart shields. Good, good, critical. Then move to there and fire with port guns as well. Oh, you're different. You're a macro cannon, you're a macro battery. Okay, so we've got different guns. Oh, the ship must reach the end of the... Fuck, alright. Yeah, you better run. Right. Nothing's going to be in range here, is it? I mean, torpedoes are already out. Shit, okay. They spin in a weird way. If I move there... Okay, they're going to be a nightmare to navigate with. That's good to know. Okay, learning how to ship combat. Yeah, I was hoping he was going to go around in front of him. Right. Fire guns. Fire prow cannons. And 180 round there. Hello. Oh, that's genuinely, that's a fun little game. I like that. We got some scrap, got some trophies, and the ship gets experience as well. Nice. I may have to go hunting in space. Right. Yeah, it reminds me very much of X-Wing, the X-Wing miniatures game. Right, we need to get to Footfall. I don't think there's really any choice here. We get to Footfall. Your ladyship, something sinister is unfolding among the survivors of the Reichad Minoris. There have already been several cases of evacuated refugees being found either dead or dying. All of them have been blinded using various means. I knew this was going to happen. Fear there is reason to believe that they were agents of the cult among the people who came on board. I knew the anathema would not fully release its hold on those doleful souls just yet. Then let us march in and drive it away. How were they quartered and supervised? Serfs and the planetary wardens were assigned to 2 auxiliary lower decks. The commoners are riled up and frightened by the calamity, so to keep their senselessness in check, we only assign those of sound mind to work and pump sedative gas through the ventilation into the compartments holding the rest. The venerated Praetor Electoid Dart Impulse the 6th and his Rituan took refuge in one of the engineering bays, or more accurately, they barricaded themselves in. The wise servants of the Omnisire are fearful beyond measure that ignorant laypeople might damage or offend their miraculous fusion reactor. So they cloistered themselves in their own personal fortress. Okay. 11 bodies have been found thus far. The first victim had their eyes burned out with a gas torch. The second had acid splashed in their face. The third was found wandering around on their last legs with metal pins sticking out of their eye sockets. They died before we could interrogate them. The rest were killed and disfigured in similar ways. Through blinding, no trace of the killer's identity has been found. Interrogate. If I may interject, there is no need. The interrogations have already been conducted. Dude, fucking stop this! I put the enforcers on alert as soon as the first body was discovered, though I decided not to disturb your ladyship until I had the results. Well, now I do. We have already arrested 4 perpetrators at the scenes of crimes that had yet to take place. Those are not murderers, they are suicides. People were apprehended were about to blind themselves and end their own lives. I am confident that all who perished did the same. When questioned, they all said the same thing. They are haunted by the sight of the Reichad Minoris dying. Even in their sleep, they still see the same horrific picture, and the sad wretches would do anything to make the nightmare stop. Even in their sleep, so sedative's not a good idea. Let's cleanse it. Certainly, Lord Captain, except I'm afraid it is not just the refugees. 3 out of the 4 people arrested were members of the crew. They watched Reichad Minoris die, and it left their minds scarred. We all bear the mark of that dark catastrophe, for it was the attention of the ruinous powers that branded our very souls. May the God Emperor have mercy on us. You were warned, your ladyship. It is regrettable you did not listen. Look you, Dick. Right. Void Dock Alpha Row. Oh, I notice he is not coming with me. Okay. Well, at least I got another shuttle. Your ladyship, forgive me for not welcoming you to with the appropriate obsequence. We were told that you would prefer to arrive on footfall incognito, and so we are trying to attract as little attention as possible. I'm here on behalf of the Liege of Footfall, Lord Vladimir Tokara. The Liege awaits the chance to speak with you at his residence, but if you happen to have other business to attend to, I can serve to guide and tell you about the station. Someone's coming, and they're coming for us. Watch out, Lord Captain. Sighs and casually places his hand on his weapon. Who? Judging by the voices, there's a lot of them. Angry. They've got teeth, but they aren't that sharp, just strength in numbers. Pray, what are you talking about? What could you mean by such cryptic
Hey, newcomers!
Hey, newcomers.
For a warm welcome.
Alright then. I guess we're going straight in. Argenta, you are low level, so... sit you in a corner. You... honestly, can go there. 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 Okay, Argenta. Wow, okay. Wasn't expecting that. $9.32.
Let's get to it.
Oh. They destroyed the cover. He just dodged a shotgun by running into it. Shitstorm. A load of them. And their thug.
Nothing I can't do. All too easy.
Revel in the slaughter. Just dodging bullets and watching them hit their own mates.
Just a minor setback.
That's annoying. Shit. That one worked. Alright, Pascal. Goddamn, son.
I'll make it happen.
Oh, bugger. Space. Okay, well that changes what I can do.
On it.
You're clearly going to be the problem. I did it again. Forgot to do that on his first turn. Although, to be fair, I didn't actually get a turn with him, is it? This is his first turn.
Reduced to dust.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Should have switched it to a flamer.
Don't touch me.
Let's kill you.
You didn't stand the chance.
Hello.
Suits my purposes.
Range, so... Oh, hello.
The spectral prognosis is favorable.
I know what is to come.
You're just outside that line. Damn. You're not. Which means the other one isn't either, because it bleeds over. Haha! Not who I targeted, at all. I wonder if I clicked there by mistake.
Advancing.
Adeptus Mechanicus faction was announced today in Dawn of War 4. Please, please be good. It won't be. You know it won't. Yeah, Mechanicus. It's going to be Skitarii Legions. I just don't care about Skitarii Legions. I don't care about Castellian robots and Skitarii Striders, and if it's Mechanicus, I want tanks. I want Steel Legion, essentially. But they're just silly. They might have some cool tracked vehicles things, but I'll hold my breath. Emperor protect me. They killed. Every time I warn them. And then they go, well, dear Emperor, our Lord and Saviour, how could this have happened? Who would have thought? Fear not, we took care of the attacker. Stop quivering. What was that? An attack right on the dock? Your ladyship, those guys are Anvers. They're a gang. They're the worst. I'm telling you, they're scared of no one, not even Liege Torquera. Yeah, they will have some tanks. They'll have all their stupid hover tank things. But I want Steel Legion tanks. I want a Madaran Horde. I want full Lehman Russ battle lines. And this kind of thing haven't open around here. Shooting, yes. Attack on nobles, not very often, unless it's the Anvars. They're vicious. Not a week goes by without them killing or gutting somebody. They're wicked heretics. They respect nothing. They follow no rules. Yes, I'm sorry. I'll just go report to the Liege. They killed her. They killed my lady. Oh, this is terrible. I get to loot. Ooh, they've got some reasonable shit. Any of the axes good? A weighty axe. Lower minimum, but higher maximum. I think I'll take one of those. Auto pistols relatively jank. Move all those over. Marines, Orcs, Necrons, and now Mechanicus. Weren't they already announced? I'm struggling to be amazed at this being like, oh my god, Mechanicus. Dawn of War or Clever Arts. Yeah, they were on the cover. But we've known about this since day one. This isn't new. Find an actual reasonable picture. Marines, Orcs, Necron, Mechanicus. They're literally on the front cover. Like, I don't think you can see this when I do this, but yeah, no, it freezes the screen. Yeah, I think the other one is that we've also seen Imperial Guard in some of the trailers as well, but I may be mistaken on that. It's quite possible we get Imperial Guard, which would be nice. I like the imps. But I'm expecting just there to be 4. I don't expect there to be more races than what they've already announced. Can we pick that up? There we go. Nothing important there. Speaking of Skitarii, a Sicarian. These are Skitaris. Ooh, hello. Enforcer light carapace. No dodge penalty. 34% armor. Is that any good for you? 65% of dodge is standard. It's the same as that. It might just look better. But it doesn't get the base armor dodge against melee, so not as good. might just be slightly better. But again, not for the buff. No, that's reasonable, but I think we're alright on that. Okay, how do we get in there?
Let us not dawdle.
Game? Excuse me? There are shinies. Oh, buttons, buttons. Who's got the buttons? Four combinations, all individual. How long would it take me to brute force this? How many combinations? Oops. With 4 buttons, how many combinations with 4 non-repeating buttons? D 24 possible permutations. No. Yeah, 24 possible permutations. Right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4, 3. 1, 3, 2, 4. 1, 3, 4, 2. 1, 4, 2, 3. 1, 4, 3, 2. None of those. So then we got 2, 1, 3, 4. And we got 2, 1, 4, 3. 2, 3, 1, 4. 2, 3, 4, 1. Oh, where are you going? Oh, yeah. Come back here. Then we've got 2, 4, 1, 3. And we've got 2, 4, 3, 1. Ha! I am smart. Much smarter than you. Broken lock. What do we got? Some auto guns. Don't care about those. We got some interrogation goggles. Lure Xenos and 5 critical against Xenos. We'll get them to duty. Psyker's footwear. Dodge until the end of the combat after each psi power. Fuck, alright, yeah. The wearer of this cape is immune to burning. Also, whenever the wearer ends their turn, burning is removed from all adjacent allies. What the fuck? That's some insanely good stuff. And then a multi-key. I don't know if I'm excited for Dawn of War 4 or not. I don't know if I could bring myself to be that excited for another Dawn of War.
Alpha Row, the best dock on footfall. It is clean, well-equipped, and caters to a higher class of traveler. By local standards, that is.
Internal report. I'm writing to inform that 2 days ago the discharge was interrupted by a raid launched by the Anvers gang. In the attack, 3 loader servitors were put out of commission. Furthermore, 1 cargo container, serial number Foxtrot Victor Delta Alpha 116165, was stolen along with its contents.
A very polite way of saying a filthy hole that's slightly less filthy than the rest, Seneschal.
Yes. That's kind of what he said. Right. Do we really care? Soldier's next ranged burst attack will have its base rate of fire doubled, but deal 25% less damage. All shots will also follow random trajectory. Also only works with ones that are capable. Soldier gives the sign that they are about to open fire. The soldier and their allies will automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. Soldier immediately spends all their AP and MP and gains 30% bonus to cover efficiency. Next time the soldier uses run and gun, they gain back all spent AP and MP plus 1 additional AP. It also resets the cooldown of all other soldier abilities except run and gun. Alright, shit. Immediately dashes to selected direction, spending all movement points. Does not provoke attack of opportunity. Dash through allies and enemies, but not obstacle. You're our super awareness person, aren't you? No, Idra is. You're a demolitions person. No, Kara is. What do you do these days? Do you have any cool abilities? Can we get you... We already gave you ballistics. Can we get you more bolt weapon stuff? No, we already got it all. Oh, what about Prometheum? Because we've got a flamer with you, don't we? Fire damage suffered by enemies currently immobilized or slowed by this character's Weber is increased. What? That's stupid. Okay, no real flamer stuff. Oh, you can, you just don't know why it wasn't available there. Okay, let's try this again then. Let's go into all. Flame weapon experts. Flame weapon attacks cost 1 less to use, minimum of 1. Yes. No other character in the current party has the same archetype, which they do. Each demon or Xenos suffers zeal damage. Okay, let's just get that. Don't really want this person in my party, so I guess here we are. Nothing here is good for you. Under 40% wounds. Archetype. Xenos and demons. Fuck it. Make you into a demon killer. When Imperial Will character is affected by an ally's non-damaging ability or affects an ally with such an ability, their resolve is increased. No. Including Xenos in the current game, 5 to the same characteristic that was chosen. Fuck it, let's just buff everybody else. Awareness. At the end of the soldier's turn, they gain 4 MP and their attacks do not spend MP. Soldiers' attacks 20% harder to dodge. Yes, for the love of God. Congratulations, you are now ranked up. We need no rule or leaders. We are not an organization. We are a force of nature. Anv.
Is there money to be made?
Bringing up commerce. Butcher's labeled destination Yanis. It is covered in dust. It must have spent a long time on the docks. That's just free stuff. I am robbing this place blind, and I don't care who knows. All I see belong to me. Strange memo. The holy book by the altar. The void damn customs guy is always on duty. Does he get any time off? Does he ever leave for a piss? Is he the servitor or something? Guess what? Hanger by the window. Remember to bow to the Emperor through the window. That feels like something I should take note of, right? Oh, that's the wrong format. Grab that. Screenshots. Recent screenshots. That's the wrong one. Date modified. Okay. So, the holy book by the altar. You'll probably find that. First glance looks like a standard container, but their frames have been reinforced and their sealing improved to keep the smell in. These are used to transport contraband. Finest wines from Yanis. Hangar 1. I don't remember seeing an altar. I never stole from the big person's body. As a combat shotgun, 8 to 12. 18 to 22. Damn. Yeah, we'll take that. Kind of want to test that. See if it does what I think it does in a certain combination. Okay, not actually sure where I'm meant to go from here. Oh, hello. Now is their time, not theirs. Go to their homes, drag them out of their beds, carve open their bodies like carcasses at a slaughterhouse. The Imperial Navy, Caspalica, Corda von Valancius. Their names mean nothing now. Tomorrow we will erase them from memory. Go and seize power. Rusted Imperial Customs. Ogre Diagnostics, Bureaucrats. This looks like an altar. Life of St. Drusus, Volume 3. Taken from the neighbouring Calaxis sector, widely revered in the Coronis Expanse. Book by the altar. Don't see a book. Oh, okay, we'll go there. Bureaucrats. Now is our time, not theirs. Container marked foodstuffs, but it is empty and by the look of it has not been moved in a while. Hello. Chinese. A grenadier's cloak. The wearer and their allies are immune to damage from the wearer's grenades. Holy fuck. That's pretty awesome. Well, I mean, he does have the Grenadier trait. What is Opticon 22, please? Other than the guy we were talking to around here. Why are you talkable? The tall, hunched tech priest stares at you unblinkingly. A breathing mask conceals his gaunt features. The skin and hands are sickly grey. Augments show signs of combat damage and are plated in black chromium. Logis Opticon 22. Fully authorized representative, structural part of the Cognizance Fleet and the priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Access has been granted to the following options: information exchange, strengthening of diplomatic links, trade deals, donations. Initiating official greeting procedure for esteemed high-value visitors. Glory, success to House von Valancius. Requesting information exchange regarding contractual obligation Logisticar Theta. What is Logisticar Theta? Under the contractual obligation in question 34.761 Terran years ago, the Explorator Cognizance Fleet received from representative authorized units of the von Valancius dynasty a volume of high-grade promethium equal to the fuel capacity of 6 Tantalian void tankers. Received it, and they didn't pay. Compensate, remunerate, settle accounts. Should I go on, or is that enough synonyms? The stipulated payment reciprocal offering from the Cognizance Fleet can be made to von Valancius assets at the current time, after which the contractual obligation will be fulfilled archived. Confirm your status regarding acceptance of the payment reciprocal offering. What payment can I expect? Universal Mobile Orbital Deployment Extractiums. Astar Arator processing complexes in the quantity stipulated in the contractual obligation. Each unit has undergone a cycle of maintenance liturgies and has been assessed for conformance to the sacred standard template constructs. Great creations of the Omnisire, blessed be his benevolence, which has bestowed upon these complexes industrial might and a full cycle of reproduction and life support. I want them. The request is accepted. The sacred mechanisms will be loaded to the hold of your vessel. Contractual obligation Logisticar Theta is concluded. Cognizance Fleet thanks House von Valancius for its cooperation. I can now get mining materials. I would like to make a trade deal. So, we can get additional extractiums. There's a Weber. We've seen these. Two-handed ranged weapon light. Targets hit by this weapon must pass agility-resistant tests or become immobilized. At the end of the turn, the affected target must pass an agility resistance test to remove it. Okay. Ratibo Pattern Bolter. Kyurgen's Manual. Grants the owner +6 to medicate, also grants 3 movement after using a medkit. Interesting. A Ratobi Pattern Plasma. Protive Manipulator. Using reload for any weapon costs -1 AP to a minimum of 0. That's awesome. A Sea Delphin Pattern Omnissiah's Axe. And the Will to Live Power Sword. Toughness reduced by psi rating. Wielder gains psi rating toughness for each adjacent enemy. Additional psi rating damage. Bigger medkits. Overtuned lasgun. Whenever the wearer uses a non-attacking consumable, it counts as an attack of a different type than the previous attack for the purpose of versatility. Whenever the Arch-Militant uses an attack that is of a different type to their previous attack, the Arch-Militant gains a stack of versatility. Valid attacks are single shot, melee, attack, single target or burst, area melee, area ranged, or ranged burst. The Arch-Militant gains 3 weapon skill and ballistic skill for every stack of versatility. The Arch-Militant has 4 or more stacks of versatility. They deal an additional 10 plus weapon skill bonus %, or 10 plus ballistic skill %, whichever is higher. Is that until the end of combat? Doesn't say. Haywire grenades, interesting. Self-calibrating goggles. Successful single attack inflicts stunned on the target for 1 round if the target fails will with a -5. A reasonable power axe. Imperial Aquila. Whenever the wearer and allies in 2 spell gain momentum, they also gain equal amount of temporary wounds. Heavy plasma. And a silk body glove. Nice. Mizoa Pattern Arc. The wearer gains an additional 1 HP for each consecutive turn that the wearer has not moved up to 5 times. Shit, that's really good for me. Stun grenades. User gains 1 temporary wound from combat stims. The Deadly Repeater. Ooh, is that a long? Yes, a long las. 30% chance to gain 1 more attack action after a kill. Want. Shields. After using run and gun, the wearer gains 15% cover efficiency when in cover for 1 round. Focus melter gun. Tempestus Carapace. Character wearing the armor will dodge 4% of average enemy attacks in this chapter. Reduces armor damage by 55%, plus 2 deflection against ranged. Cool. Okay, so if I was to just sell you everything, 9,700. I'm at 19, so we only really need to go up to tier 5. Oh shit, tier 5? We don't get anything between 0 and 5? Wow. Whenever the wearer hits an enemy with a Deadeye shot, it reduces the enemy's deflection by 1 and applies exploit until the end of combat, stacking 3 times. Okay, well let's pop 1,500 over to you then. Sort by type in ascending. Clear selections. You're the Mechanicus, so let's give you Mechanicus stuff. You've obviously need to buy fuel from us in the past, so let's give you that. Any Xenotech? Trade. Yeah, we need to get to rank 5. That's insane. Ooh, you like your heretic stuff, do you? Good to know. Armor is 150. Holy Gifts is 500. Right, well, in which case, let's just throw a Holy Gift at you. And get to 2. That gets us to 3. That gets us to 4. Then we need 1,150. So 1,000... 150. Cool. Buy everything. Gimme. Would seek the friendship of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Is interested in considering expeditious cooperation with rogue traders. Under the terms of the Treaty of Mars, it is willing to provide services to Von Volantius dynasty. The property of services tasks can be raised in diplomatic links are strengthened. The Cognizance fleet will be glad alternative unavailable to accept any samples of sacred technology, xenotech, and miscellaneous items. Reminder, storage, study, and or disposal of the aforementioned objects with the exception of 3 miscellaneous items is the preferential right of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Explorer fleet will also accept information about planets in the Coronis Expanse that have not previously been recorded in the planetary register. The Cognizance fleet finds it reasonable to believes that forbidden knowledge is in the hands of the laity causes destruction and violations that go against the Omnissiah's will. Weakness of mind and will unleashes xeno-heresy, which consumes the laity whole. An example that demonstrates the outline pattern, a void station in the system of Langeran's Belt. According with the data available to the Cognizance fleet, the heretics on the station have trade relations with Xenos for the sake of obtaining dangerous and pernicious technology. The destruction of these heretics is of high priority, but not high enough to demand immediate action. Why do you want information on planets? Omnifaceted study of the Coronis Expanse is the sacred mission operational objective of the Cognizance fleet. Information about the planets and star systems in the Coronis Expanse will be compiled, studied, and transferred to the holy repositories of Mars upon completion of the Great March of Exploration mission. The process increases the totality of knowledge and decreases the totality of ignorance in the universe. Have some questions? We got footfall. I don't care about any of that. Cool. We have some new shit. The rest of footfall to the void ship. I still don't really understand what this strange memo is, though. I haven't seen a book by an altar, so I don't really know. Right, we can head to the atrium or shadow quarters. We have 2 missions here, so let's head here. Dun, 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 dun. Guards. Nothing. They're all after food. Chinese. Large medkit. Need Medicaid advancement, field medic, or base skill Medicaid. Oh, that's on me. Yeah, that's. If I were to go to him. That's lovely, Alexa. No one asked you fucking to.
Every time I come here, I nearly go deaf. The sounds of the past assault my ears. Trumpets of glory interrupted by the rustling of rags and the clinking of coins above everything else.
This place is turning me nearly deaf as well. And that's without sorcerous voices in my head. If it's not swearing, it's merchants shouting or gunshots. It's the same wherever one goes on footfall.
Column appeared here back when the station was founded, when it was assumed that footfall would become a wondrous place of the stars.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
It's a riot? Now is our time, not theirs. Why would you demo that? No, Kara, you can't blow things up. Let the tech priest just press the open button. Buzzing crowd has closed in on several harried-looking individuals. Some of their faces are smeared with fresh blood. The angry cries and twisted faces leave no doubt. A massacre is about to take place. Just cut their throats already. What were they thinking letting that ship dock at footfall? They're all stricken. No cutting. We'll get their blood on us. We'll be tainted too. Burn them. That's a sane face. Hieromonius Doloroso. Be quiet, you scoundrel. You dare pass judgment on others. What arrogance to think that you have the right. Reverend Hieromonius. I'm surprised he decided to intervene in a street rabble. Watch in silence. But these are heretics, real heretics. Their whole planet is plagued. Folks say they're dead all over there. And why is that? Because they're heretics and the Emperor's punished them. We're no heretics. We ran from the heretics, barely escaped with our lives, and there was no plague on our planet, only the archenemy's minions. A whole army of them. And if you want to blame anyone, blame those who abandoned our world. Blame the governor, blame the tech priests. Oh dear. Blame the masters of Kiava Gamma who forsook it in our darkest hours. Oh, they're not from... Okay, I thought that was us. Never mind. Let's go and have a wander. And who are you supposed to be? Concerned citizen, an armed one. Suggest you... Yeah, I don't want to let them know who we are. Got a point there. I wonder if you can back it up. Silence. You must be completely out of your minds. A band of woefully dim-witted reprobates who think themselves bringers of justice. Who are you to pass judgment on anyone? You ought to be doing... all you ought to be doing is suffering and repenting till the end of your days. And what's wrong about that, Reverend? We just want to put these heretics to death. We're not heretics, we're refugees, I swear on the Golden Throne. We served the Imperium faithfully until they hung us out to dry. Where were the protectors that were meant to shield the lands of humanity from nightmare? Traitors and heretics, the lot of them. All onlookers are to return to their homes immediately. Refugees can go to Dock Alpha Row. I will speak to you later. Comply or face consequences. You don't want to get in trouble with this over this lot. Go, all of you. The arrogance of the self-righteousness of a malefactor. I am Reverend Hieromonius Doloroso, head of the Drusen mission here on Footfall. I thank you for stepping in. Please, come see me when you have time and we can talk. Oh, when he finds out I'm the rogue trader, he's going to be so fucked off with me. Another leaflet. Now is our time, not theirs. The sight of this cogitator would be enough to break any tech priest's heart. The machine is leaning slightly to one side, grimly covered in scroll drawings with frivolous writing scratched here and there. On the casing, several keys are missing, and the rest are coated with rust. The right of operation has been repeatedly and blasphemously violated, requesting the identification and punishment of the deplorable acolyte entrusted with caring for this machine spirit. After a series of creaks and groans, the cogitator's dusty screen lights up. On it are several lines of text, section headings. Praise the Omnissiah. The machine spirit in this cogitator is aggrieved but willing to serve. Great Parasimus Dwayne intends to conquer the Coronas, expand and build the most grandiose structure which will shine through the ages, praising the names of its creator and its descendants. Footfall, the place of the stars, the palace of the stars. Glory to be to Paramus's deeds, will live throughout the ages and his grand designs. And the great Paramus is now intends to conquer. The spirit of this machine is enraged and will perform its function no more. I will see to it that the profaners responsible for this maintenance are marked with servo penance. Ooh, he is pissed. And Dwayne, the legendary rogue trader who founded Footfall. It big.
I always keep my options open.
The Emperor protects. Throw him a couple of coins. Holy man, are you? Here's some coins for you. No, we'll be nice. Emperor protects, Reverend. But he protects only those who are pure of heart. Do you think yourself one of them? Be leery of this conviction of yours. Many who have risen to the pinnacle of faith have fallen from it into the embrace of pride most degenerate. And you must be the young von Valancius. The name carries weight on it, and it is a burdensome one. For the reputation suggests that Theodora encumbered it with many a transgression. I wonder, will you seek to shed them, or will you carry them onwards, picking them along, picking them along the way like ripe fruit and savouring the sweet poison? Well, we don't have any iconoclasts, so make the sign of the Aquila. I put my faith in the Emperor. Gives a scrutinizing look, then his tone softens. Well, then be twice as diligent, for this sector will seize any chance to test your faith. Greetings, sister. I congratulate you on your return. Was your pilgrimage fruitful? It was, Reverend. Let it be known to you that Theodora von Valancius' ship was attacked by servants of the archenemy, who appall the heart of any righteous soul, and not all of them met a fitting end. Some of them fled, and more than that, their blasphemous words clearly pointed to this attack being part of a larger design. I wish to join the esteemed rogue trader's crew and help protect the von Valancius dynasty from the forces of the archenemy. I am divesting myself of the responsibility of guarding Footfall's reliquary. Not my place to get involved. Follow the call of your soul, sister. The Footfall reliquary will be preserved even without your contribution, as it was in the years preceding your arrival. I know what it is that calls you to follow the rogue trader, Sister Argenta. You seek combat, for it helps you to forget how hollow and worthless our lives truly are. It offers the illusion of meaning. Perhaps you will relinquish this illusion one day, or perhaps you will die before that day comes. Regardless, I wish you luck on your new path. But before you start on your path towards your new destiny, I have a request to make for you and your companion. Many among my flock are from the poorest, most dispossessed people on Footfall. They brought me troubling news from Footfall's shadow quarters in the darkest corners where the Liege's wardens do not venture. Taint has taken root. Footfall is consumed by profanity, but even here true heresy, serving the archenemy, is a rarity. The cultists who now dwell in the shadow quarters mark their abodes with a sun inscribed with a blue and gold, and perform strange rituals in secret. They seek to find solace in believing these reports to be rumors, but I will know the evil that lurks all around us, and I wish to see retribution. Yeah, we'll verify that. With great pleasure. I almost wish for the rumor to be true. My heart yearns to battle some heretics. This is where I bid you goodbye, sister. Noble Earl Althea, is there more you wish to talk to me about? Not really, honestly. Don't care. I'm not really in for the god bothering, if I'm honest. The mishmash of devices and cables, some ancient, some merely old, and others hastily tossed together. Yup. Oh, I was expecting her to jump it. Wasn't expecting her to kick it the fuck out the way. Take that down. We'll get rid of them any chance we can. Oh, hello. Low hum of voices quiets, and a dozen gazers shift to you. Tall man with a shaved head rubs his hands together nervously. His opulent clothes are nearly bursting at the seams of his muscular body, and his expression is forbiddingly grim. Still, he's trying to put on an air of friendliness. You must be Mistress Fidello. All the guests have arrived. You're the last one on the list, and we couldn't well start without you. Your presence is absolutely vital. Of course. Please, we can talk later. Chaplain is about to begin. What is this tomfoolery? Dude, shut the fuck up. The gathering you found yourself in seems refined and respectable at first glance. The decorations and the attendees' clothes speak of wealth, and so does the location, which isn't far from the Liege's residence. But you notice that most of those gathered are rather imposing, are of rather imposing physique. Many of them have scars and military-grade implants. Several of the guests look like they are covering the exits. A few are clearly carrying concealed weapons. Your appearance has definitely attracted everyone's attention. Just about every guest here keeps glancing at you, and some are clearly watching your every move, even though they are trying not to show it. Let's see what happens. Oh, what a terrible, sorrowful day. We pay our respects to the life and soul of Footfall Society, a loyal servant of the Imperium, a generous benefactor who spared no expense to keep the faith and the fire of faith burning, and an example of all future generations, a most noble and unforgettable Master Bellardo, the loss. The fussy administratum clerk speaks in a strained voice and keeps peeking at a paper with text on it. His speech drags on, blending into a monotonous cascade of praises of the late person. 20 minutes! So let us offer a prayer to the Emperor for the peace of Master Bellaro's soul and the prosperity of his heirs. I now pass it over to the most reverend chaplain. Formidable-looking man dressed in the attire of an ecclesiarchy missionary glances at the gathered crowd. And here you all are, you vultures. Let's offer a prayer then, but if you think that the Emperor, or the messenger of his will, in other words, myself, does not see into your vile souls, you are sorely mistaken. He looks at you and gives a slight nod. I wasn't referring to Mistress Fidello. At least Dens himself wanted to see her at the funeral. But the rest, I know every one of you, and I would be astonished to discover anyone here who truly mourns his loss. So go ahead. Pray for Bellardo's soul. Soon the flames will take him. A fitting end for a life like this. May the Emperor keep his soul. Without another word, the chaplain makes a sign of the Aquila and pointedly turns away from the attendees. What the fuck was that? What was that? That is a shredder shotgun. 20 to 25. God damn. An efficient armored body glove. We don't get any additional dodge against melee attacks, but we do gain a flat 25% armor. Yeah, 10% armor. Yeah, alright. This guy's never actually fired his shotgun and has had 3 upgrades to it. Are these going to be any better for you? Whenever the wearer kills 2 or more enemies with a single attack, the attack does not spend all of the wearer's MP. Yeah, this is probably better. +7 Warp Law, +7 Xenos Law. I also grant hit against Xenos. Oh, that's for me. Allows the wearer to parry melee attacks with their ranged weapon using ballistic skill instead of weapon skill. Realistically, you're the only person who can use that. I suppose I could, but I like the sniper gloves, so no. Does anybody not have a cape? Everybody has a cape. Oh. Looks like a deliberately set trap meant to collapse part of the building. But there was goods there. There were shinies. Hello. What are you doing here? Where are your parents? You ever heard the name Dello? Someone my dad is very mad at, but Daddy's always mad at everyone. Grandpa, Mum, Dagon, Chaplain. Where are your parents? Daddy's Casperlado. He's with the guests. And my mum ran away. They told me she hates Dad and Grandpa. I guess she hates me too. I don't know. It was a long time ago. I don't even miss her anymore. I miss Grandpa. He was the nicest. Who are you? I'm hiding. Thought I was going to cry, but I didn't want anyone to see. My name is Adelia Balrado, and my grandpa is there in the box. The tears will pass, Adelia. The tears will pass, and the strength will return, and your courage will never leave you. Okay. Someone, possibly if I left a strange note in the book. Among the words are parting phrase of deceased. Fresh entry stands out. Repentance, with the signature underneath. Fid. The letters are crabbed and barely legible. Maintains a grave expression befitting of the occasion until he sees the face of the deceased. He frowns, peers with suspicion, then gasps in astonishment. I'll be. This is quite the meeting, if it can be called such under the circumstance. The implants in the deceased body speak of high-standing, expensive tech that typically expected of the. It is typically extracted from the dead, and only the most prominent and wealthy avoid this fate upon their death. You know this man? I do. I would tell you all about this man, but the words I'd use would be improper for a funeral. This, your ladyship, is Jurican Dens, known back in the day as one of the most notorious pirates in the Coronis Expanse. They nicknamed him Jerrycan for his habit of having a jug or two of promethium on hand. He did love burning things. Oh yes, he was a menace back then. How long ago? 60 years? I was serving my last days in the Navy when the news of his latest attack. Well. There was a time when the sight of Jerrycan in a coffin would have been enough to make me dance, quite literally. By the throne, I would have danced a jig on the spot. But now, I don't know. No more jumping out into the warp right under the cruiser's nose, eh, you old beast? Who would have thought I'd be at your funeral? It's a very grand funeral for a pirate. Folks on Footfall are known to turn a blind eye to many things, but even the locals aren't so unscrupulous as to honour pirate scum a few paces away from the Liege's residence. But no one has heard of Dens for many decades. I barely recognise him myself, and I've seen his face on pics a fair few times. I assume he retired and started a more or less honest life under a new name. What was it they were calling him? Master Bellardo? Oh, I remember. Reverend Hymonius mentioned the name Master Bellardo as one of the biggest donors of his temple. Okay, we got shit going on. Odd smell is, it's very likely this drink has been poisoned. Self-firing trap wasn't placed here by accident. You hear someone discreetly clearing the throat. The source of the sound turns out to be the Ministratum clerk you saw next to the chaplain. His clothes are neat and impeccably pressed. His face, however, reveals extreme nervousness bordering on fear. My good Mistress Fidelio, I hope you're satisfied with the services provided by our establishment. I beg of you, help me. Please keep your voice down. We can't let anyone hear us. It is a matter of life and death. A matter. Please understand, it's very difficult to get by on Footfall with my wages. An Imperial Regulation 4030-8 Lima on post-mortal services workers on peripheral worlds directly prohibits the chief operator of the crematorium from leaving their workplace for any reason other than sleep, food, severe illness, and administration of sacraments. Therefore, I am practically forced, to look for other sources of income that allow me to stay within the walls of this here establishment. I've set up a little, shall we say, enterprise. I replace the implants of the deceased with identical replicas and sell them to the right people when I have a shipment ready. I had just prepared the newest batch of superb, unique implants of the highest quality, but I got careless. I used my first sick leave in 4 standard years, and it was on that very day that Master Bellardo passed away, and his family was quick to organize a ceremony at our crematorium. I simply didn't have time to prepare, and now my container full of goods is in the furnace, and if you don't help me, they're going to burn any minute. Let's have a look. Wait, so you hid valuables in the crematorium's furnace. We need to do from me, and what are you offering in turn? I will help you on the following condition. You see, I am, most definitely, Mistress Fidelio. I'm afraid I've replaced some of my documents. If you make me a copy of everything you can find in the archives that has my name on it, you'll get your contraband. No, I'll help if I can. I will preserve you. Make it look like you're just having a look around. It's a lot easier for you to wander into a restricted area without arousing suspicion than it is for me. Find the container. It's in the far corner. Go out and come back to me. I'll be waiting. So that means that the people who are carrying the body to the furnace were going to be blowed up. What with the trap being in the way? Okay. Let's have a look around first. Oh, I've just realised. You're in the wrong formation. You should be down there. You should be there. Heavy plasteel door to the furnace. Space reserved for coffins. In we go.
Operation successful.
Yeah, it looks like they repurposed the nozzle of an ancient station mining engine. Lid of the container automatically opens. When touched, it... Oh. Oh, no. Quickly, we need to fight our way out. Emperor, protect us. Okay, first of all, let's pause. Now, there was a lot of traps. I probably should have seen that this wasn't going to work well for me.
I always have a backup plan.
The floor. You've got to shoot through the floor quickly. Okay, but it's not giving me the option to attack. Like, that's all well and good. But I don't have the option to attack. Oh, I've got to... Because I'm on a group, I see.
Blessed be the road that we take.
They're on fire. On fire. Put them out. Put them out quick. The voices comes to you through steams of something thick and foul. Your eyes are covered with whatever your unbidden saviors saw fit to splash on your head. At last you can make out the silhouette of a vagrant dressed in rags leaning over you. He throws up his hand. Your ladiness, are you all right? Did you hit anything? Any bad burns? You fell right through the ceiling, and it's mighty high up. You happen to know who Fidelio is? Thank you for your help with the fire. There you go. Oh, thank you. Thank you kindly. Something to buy a bit of food with. Of course, we'll all used our soup to put you out, you see. And it was only 2 days old. Oh, they threw soup on me. What are you doing down here? We live here, is all, your ladiness. You see, these are old tunnels. They dug them back in the start of the station, right through the asteroid. A little stuffy down here, but it's warmer than up in the big places on the surface. And it sure is warm under the crematorium's furnace. They barely burn anyone up there, but they do fire it up often enough, and that's good for us. Sure, sometimes the odd smell makes it through the vents. It's like they're making roast. Makes your mouth water. But what can you do? It's all cost of comfort for you. You happen to know who Fidelio is. I mean, wasn't there that Fid lad who used to live under the fifth void, with his hussy kept yelling at him like, my Fidelio, my Fidelio? Same deal, right? Oh, no. Okay. Right. How do I get out of here? Well, there's no climbing back into the crematorium for you. Look for yourself. It's all burnt and collapsed. Well, that's no biggie. There's only one way up there, so you won't get lost. First, you need to pull this big old lever to open the doors by a busted pipe. That's where the lever is. After that, you just walk through the corridors, the shaft, old warehouse, and there you are on the surface. The fact that the incompetence of the crematorium's maintenance staff saved our lives does not make their negligence any less egregious. I will register a complaint. Take my leave. All the best in your journey. May the Emperor help and guide you. Now, did you steal anything, you little shits? No, we look good. I, however, I'm going to steal everything that isn't nailed down. Why does that feel like a secret room over there? Something there. No? Maybe it's on the other side. Why are you running all the way around there, please? Nobody told you to do that. Rogue trader. I take everything. It's all for me. Shiny. Melter charge. Man, if you guys just sold some of the shit you have lying around, you'd be fucking millionaires. Oh, please tell me that wasn't the Book of Lorgar. Well, you're all heretics. There's words scribbled on the side of the tent. Library. Tent has half dozen books titled Life of St. Drusus, High Gothic Alphabet, Properties of the Real Valued Sequences of Furnace, and Advanced Lecture Course. Yeah, but you've got the Book of Lorgar here. That literally started the fucking heresy. The heresy. Not a, the. Capital T, the heresy.
Keep your wits about you.
I guess we're jumping across them. Oh. Horrible stench reaches your nostrils long before you see its source. A corridor where punctured pipes are disgorging steams of murky sludge. In the distance, sirens. You see a lever that opens the doors leading outside. The only way to reach it is by submerging yourself in the sludge. I'm too old for this shit. Someone's got to go pull the lever, right? I propose our holy sister as a candidate. Seeker of spiritual purity shouldn't be put off by a little bit of ordinary muck, after all. Hardy ha ha. I mean, I sent Pascal. He's the only one who won't give a shit. Matters of technology are your forte, which means you're going for the lever. Request denied. I cannot defile my ferrum sanctum by making contact with this substance. What a dick. Hang on. You can just say no? Yeah, go on, Seneschal. I don't like you. Serve House von Valancius. Suez Aroma. Minus 30 fellowship. I'm really glad I didn't go in there. That's my primary stat. Right, what else we got? Oh, there's some shit over here.
Let us not dawdle.
Knuckle Dusters. Knuckle Guard. The Knuckle Guard grants the wearer 5 bonus to weapon skill. It grants any equipped melee weapons 5 armor. Shit, alright, that's really good. Okay, well, we know that's going on. Hey, Okara. Go brawling. I keep double-clicking on the map to get it to move to point, and it's not. It's click and then press map button again. Multi-key. Right, I think we're good to go. So I did say something about a warehouse as well. Hello.
I did fine.
Okay. So many parts for void shield arrays. They look to be used, but still... Really? It's a warehouse and not a single thing I can loot? Water purification unit. A device like this is supposed to be used for the needs of the station instead of gathering dust in a warehouse. It's called spare parts. Idra, is there really nothing here? It's insane. There we go. Okay, we have a Orthlak pattern auto gun. Not great. I can just go over there. Stimulant injector. This item reduces wounds by 10%, yet increases critical hit chance by 9. Cool. You are now a glass cannon. Official designation. Move it. I said move it. If the inspection gets to the circuit station before we do, I'll have all of you recycled. Yelling your brains at the servitors won't make them work any faster. You know another way to get these lazy brutes to shift themselves? Well, I'm all ears. If the inspection sees a circuit station without a unit, they'll go to Vladimir with this. And if Vladimir finds out, he won't mince words. He'll give us the old Casablancan severance, as in kick us out the trash chute without a void suit. Simmer down, we'll be fine. Back in my transport days, I'd show the inspection the same protection screen on 8 different sites, and I never got busted once. I seriously doubt that Vladimir inspectors are any more diligent. They'll fall for one of our support units on 3 circuit... Sorry. They'll fall for our 1 support unit on 3 circuit stations. They won't notice a thing. Better worry about selling the 2 units that we have bumped at. Who the throne is that? This goes beyond violation of the rights of operation. It downright stinks. Just what are you doing here? We're from Footfall Station Services carrying out scheduled maintenance. But you're not going to believe that, are you? You heard everything. Promised my wife I could go a month without murder. Too bad. I'd rather break my word than get on the Liege's bad side. Yeah, you just threatened me. Not having that. But whatever. We'll worry about that later. Okay. Let's see what we can do. Who have we got and where? You're going to charge head in. You're going to assassinate round the back. Ow! Servitor hurts. Ow. Stun grenade hurts. Okay, right. Time to die. Congratulations, you are now on fire. Congratulations, you burned to death. He was stunned and didn't get out of it. You have a lot more HP than I was expecting. Okay, this is probably not going to be the fight I wanted it to be. Soldier's next range burst attack will have less rate, double the rate of fire.
Doubt is for the I'll do it.
Right, we need our damage boosting, so that is you. What does that get rid of? Burning, bleeding, toxic, and stunned. Are you stunned still? Yes. Not anymore, you're not.
Nothing I.
Wow, that's a lot of HP. Right, you've got a sweep attack, right? I don't think you can get that servitor. Okay, you two attack me. And get some temporary HP. Oh, you did not. Hey, Pascal gets to go. Hello. What's that one? Yeah, you get yourself over there.
Victory is imminent. It will be done. At your beck and call.
Thank you for the free hits. Well, those servitors hit hard. I was hoping taking down the leaders might deactivate them and I could maybe repurpose one. You know, have a tech priest on me and everything. That is an improved armored body glove. No good for me. And a Medicaid pack.
Argenta, don't you find it difficult to be without your sisters? You are a soldier without a squad.
I will fight alongside my sisters again. But my present fate is not a burden to me. No matter where I go, or who I am with, I bring death to heretics.
Oh, go away.
That is what matters.
Maintains a firmly blocking the door. If only we had someone with a servo loader arm. Anything sneaky? No. Warehouse visitors records. There are different dates, but only 2 names. Okay, right. Back to footfall then. So, do we think that guy tried to get me killed? Thinking I was that Fidelia? Or was that an accident? I think if he was a liar, he was a good one. As soon as you appear, a dozen eyes and guns shift in your direction. The guests of the ceremony no longer pretend to be peaceful mourners. They are, however, stunned to see you. I don't believe it. You had the nerve to come back after you tumbled through the flames. Listen, Dagon, I hate you, you hate me, but maybe we can set aside our differences for the sake of our mutual target, so to speak. Finally, boy, you're showing some signs of being your father's son. Dens would never beat around the bush with rivals. Shoot their head off and be done with it. Anyway, I accept your proposal. We tried killing you quietly. That didn't work out. We'll just kill you. Plain and simple. This is football for their own sake. Bye-bye, Fidelio. Again, people want to kill me without saying why. I don't quite know how to explain this. I'm not actually Fidelio. Anyone would say that looking down the barrel of both guns. Oh well, I tried. Right. That's a pretty opportune spot. You can head that side. I can't stand there, that's annoying. Kind of want you back here, to be honest. Kara, go up there. Start picking off gunners. Chaplain just like la-di-da-di-da. Sniker goes there. Gunner goes there. I stay at the back. And you go in there.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I will do my duty.
Actually, probably better. Meow. I murderize you first. Ah, damn. Okay, yeah, that brought me out of it, didn't it? That's silly of me. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Hi. I heard you like fire. I too like fire. Can't get it everywhere I need it to be, though, so... What if we just stepped out into the open? No, he's still hidden behind the corner, so is he. So that's not worth it. You did step into a silly place, though. No, stop trying to run over there. I don't want you to run over there. Thank you. Yeah, nothing's anywhere I can get both of them from here. Oh, there we go. If I go there, can I burn down that way? I can. You, sir, are stood right out in the open. That is very, very unfortunate for you. Kara, have better dodge. That's a melter, servo. Okay.
Let's get to it.
Kara, take another go. Damn, just not far enough. Yep, I need you over there. Yikes. Cool. I forgot to give you a stat boost. Should have done that first. That was on me. No one's bleeding. Can I take a shot at that? No. Can't knock you out. So let's start picking off the rabble at the back. Can't shoot those ones because they're out of sight. Wasn't expecting that to hit.
Let's get to it.
Thank you.
Let's make it quick.
Oh, I put out the burning on him. Nice. Ow. What was that? Seneschal, I am in need of aid. Thank you. Oh, it bounces back if you can't get to the other side. That's nice. Fuck! Sat my ass down. Idra.
Was that you? Or
He's dead next turn anyway. So let's perpetual burn you. Keep that going.
anything else?
Oh no. Oh! Yeah, I didn't think that would work on you. Right. Keep stacking buffs on you. Sorry, that random NPC. Didn't mean to do that. Stay in cover, other people can use my buffs. Genta might go down here. Ooh, plasma overcharge. Oh, that is beautiful. That's why we don't use plasma weapons. Ablard. Give me... Everybody gets a buff. Everybody gets a taunt. Thank you for moving far enough away. I now get to charge you. 3 damage.
Let's get to it.
I go there. Can I pop your brain? No, but I can pop yours. Though I can probably pop that from here, so why would I bother? Oh, shit. Forgot to undo the movement. Decreasing target's dodge, power, and armor by 15 plus exploits removed times 1. So 15 times by 5 is a reasonable amount. It reduces armor to 0, so we remained with 3. Operative core efficiency, perception, and ballistic skill. And then shoots this motherfucker up. Why would you run right next to me to do that? That's silly.
My place is at the fore.
I have no movement? Why do I have no movement? Oh, fuck, so I've got that equipped. Okay, I had my guns out. Yeah, I kind of fucked that turn up, to be honest. Hi. You're on fire now. Target that. Give us weapons buffs. Nice.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
That's for killing me. Bastards killed me. They killed me, Mal. Daggons lifts his bloodied face. Ah, it hurts. Crematorium's gonna have its hands full today. You stop shooting. Oh no, Dad. Wonderful. This is a funeral Dan's would be proud of. I will do. I would ask the esteemed guest to stay for a moment longer. We shall have an important bit of business to take care of. Are we done with the firing squads? I would like to finally resolve the matter of Dan's inheritance. After that, give him a proper send-off. And so, according to the deceased will, all of Bellardo's fortune goes not to his worthless son Cass, nor his brainless mate Dagon, but to Fidelio, a mysterious new heir. However, I believe a certain party would like to intervene in this process. I still have a question. Who, in the name of the Golden Throne, is Fidelio? The only one here who truly deserved truly loved Dan's is his granddaughter, Adela. She inherits his fortune. Yeah, alright, fuck it, I don't care. The name on the will is Fidelio, but all his life, Den spat on laws. I think he'd understand. Ha! The old man sure as Throne didn't expect this. The money is mine. Don't worry, sweetheart. Daddy will help you put your grandpa's riches to good use. Cass, have you finally gone deaf from all that drinking? The inheritance is Adela's, not yours. If you make any attempt to coerce her, I, as Dan's executor, will be forced to take steps. Oh, I see. All of you have it in for old Cass, eh? I'm afraid you leave me no choice. Shoot him? Shut your hole, brat. Listen up, all of you. Either the inheritance goes to me or I blow this one's brains out. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2... Go on, Chaplain. Fuck him up. What the fuck is that? Daddy, get up. I'll give you the inheritance. You gave the inheritance to the girl at the old pirate's funeral. Oh, cool. Okay, achievement. Demons take you, Cass. Threatening to murder your own daughter at your old man's funeral was a new low for you. You always were a useless waste, even in your final moments. Why did this... Like, point to the servitor? Why? I think it's one of Denz's house's servitors. Cass brought them with him to the funeral. Could be a malfunction caused by some error during the servitorization process. Or maybe Denz, knowing his friends and family as the scum that they are, gave it orders to protect his granddaughter. Who could say at this point? Chaplain sighs heavily and looks at the weeping child. She's got no one left now. Her mother ran off to the edge of the galaxy, and her father, well, you saw it yourself. I'd look after her until she's grown up. I don't think I need to spell it out for you. A little girl with a tremendous fortune might as well paint a target on her forehead. If I take Adelia in, no one will dare to hurt her, courtesy of the reputation that my turbulent past has earned me. And if they do dare, he casts a glance at Cass's body. While I'm at it, I'll also help her not to squander her whole fortune. Maybe even earn something extra both for herself and you. And the best investment would be a merchant ship. I'll teach her the basics of voidfaring, find some reliable suppliers, pull a few strings in the administratum. And just like that, she'll have herself a decent enterprise. I can tell you're an affluent sort, and I imagine you could always use the services of a robust, reliable supply network. Leave the paperwork and the other formalities to me. I'll contact your subordinates myself. Fucking yes. I'll look at the servitor. Servitor that was once a woman is kneeling motionless and showing no signs of life. There are 2 charred holes where her eyes once were. Some malfunction must have burned its brain out from the inside. Its face bears a peaceful smile. It's a mum! It's the mum! Take care of this inheritance. What will you do next? I would like to say goodbye to my old friend. Crematorium is a bit wrecked now, but who needs a crematorium? Denz loved having his enemies drenched in promethium and burned. They didn't call him Jerrycan Dez for nothing. I think it'd be a nice gesture to send him on his way in the same fashion. Thankfully, it's easy enough to procure a jerrycan of promethium on Fruitfall. I've got one. I can loan you this one. I found 3 downstairs. Fitting. Want to stay and watch? Yeah, I feel like I should. Well, let's get started then, I guess. What was the one I failed there? Have a look at that quest log and see which one I failed. Okay. I don't deal in plasma weaponry. It's far too dangerous. All of that can go. I don't want any of that. That is a standard sniper. Not for me, thanks. I guess all the corpses gathered up. So that com, I was listening to that on the com, it said basically once every 4 months you can claim an additional ration block, i.e. a meal. But the paperwork can only be filled out by the orphan's parents, and the submission, the admin time is over a month. Logic. Ooh. New area. That's what I was going to check the log, wasn't I? Oh, we never did find out who Fidelio is. That's great. I fucking love that. That's absolutely great. So I love silly little quests like that. Unyielding Vanguard. Boosts double the resolve bonus that allies gain from the Unyielding Beacon ability. I don't think I have an Unyielding Beacon ability. Oh, actually, no. I wanted to... Oh, he's gone. I want to trade with him. We need no rulers. We've already had one of those. I'm just collecting up all these leaflets. Figure it's going to not do anything, but... Xenobestus unknownus. Behavior, cruelty, trickery, rampant mating, habitat, void, doesn't need air. Diet, rocks. Fears, the Emperor and fire. I zoom in on that? No? Punish the enemies of humanity. Punish the Xenos. A coin a go. I'm going to burn random. They don't even look like Xeno. They're just like random mutants.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
So this is that's the Governor's Palace. We don't want to go in there yet. Oh, it's under there. I wonder why I couldn't target it. Go, Pascal. Free stuff.
Well, what do we have here?
Ooh, a great sword. Not ideal for what we use, but kind of cool. Whenever an ally under the effect of the wearer's voice of command ability makes an attack during the extra turn, this attack deals additional 18% damage. That's fucking cool. Don't know if that's better than what I've got, to be fair. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely better than what I've got. Numerous wounds and injuries indicate that this was a particularly brutal murder that left ANV carved into the victim's shoulder blades. Lovely.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Where was that? Another one, I think. Wasn't there? No? Okay, right. What I want to do is go... Oh, this must be the Drusian people. No? Is it you? I trade with you. It is, over the course of his life, that reprobate had burdened his soul with many vile and egregious acts. His confessions were akin to the Grand Catechism listing humanity's imminent vices and it was all the more painful to him to realize that, of all the heinous acts he had committed, not one had been forgotten by the Emperor. Dens Balado was afraid of death and that which would await him after. He hoped to atone for his misdeeds, yearned to convince, if not the Emperor himself, then himself at least, that he had been more than a conscious speck of malignant mold his entire life. I hope his soul now burns bright as his victims did. Everyone deserves a chance at redemption. And it is true that miscreants above all truth for miscreants above all others. The greater the transgression, the more miraculous and wondrous the repentance. I want to trade with him. Let me come out of this. Continue, that's a lot. Oh, there we go, that's unlocked the trade, okay. Exactly what I wanted. An Enforcer helmet. All targets of the Taunting Scream suffer a -4 penalty to their willpower test against this ability. Okay. Don't want any Onslaught. Scroll grants the owner 15 bonus to Law Imperium. Devastating 6. The first use of an attacking navigator's power. Oh, we don't have a navigator. An elite chainsword, a sanctified staff with Emperor's Wrath in it. That's cool. Militant cloak. What are we at? We're at 23, so we can get a militant's cloak at tier 2. The wearer's first melee attack in combat cannot be parried or dodged, but it's literally once per combat. That's not that good. That is a heavy bolter. Deathworld Enforcer, multi-key Cloak of Hatred. Each enemy killed by the wearer's area attacks increases the wearer's damage by 3%. Blood grants the wearer 10 bonus to willpower and 15 damage to psychic and navigator powers, but inflicts 10, knocks 10 off weapon skills. Constructed Flamer. Solid Shield in arms. Wearer can use Shield Swing with their shield against multiple enemies in the area. The wearer's shield attacks do an additional 3. I'd love to have a shield. I really would. Some grants the boner 5 to parry reduction, and wearer has Conviction Ironclast. All allies gain 14% hit chance against enemies adjacent to them. Not that good. There's a Heavy Flamer. Definitely be looking at that later down the line. What's the... Oh shit, that arc is insane. Triumph of Redemption. One-handed. Kills an enemy with this weapon. Veil Degradation is 2 times your psi rating. Sword deals an additional psi rating damage. Marvelously compact. Oh, is that a fucking Needler ring? Compact weapon in the form of a ring that allows the wearer to fire an Inferno pistol shot once per combat. That's cool. I like that. The Roaring Thunder, 2-handed melee weapon, Thunder Hammer. Or Power Hammer in this case. Thunder Hammer deals +3 damage and grants plus 10% stacking chance to stun an enemy for 1 turn for each point of the enemy's deflection. Shit, alright. Successful toughness resistant negates this. And a condensed carapace. Okay, so we need to get to rank 2 at the moment. So that is... Jesus, you don't want a lot, do you? I don't think I can... I'm going to have to give him everything just to get to rank 2. Or everything I can. And I don't think that's even going to get me there. No, I need way more. Crap. Okay, well, we'll take what you've got. That's insane. That's like most of my stock. What a robbing bastard this priesthood is. Right, and with that theft, I think that's probably a reasonable time to call it for the evening. So let me just save that to make sure we don't lose anything. Awesome. So that is going to be it for me for the night shift for the week. We do have one more stream tomorrow of our re-retro on the day shift, so hopefully you guys will join me for that. But thank you very much for joining me. It has been a pleasure. We shall continue with this next week as we find out what the hell's going on Footfall, which seems to be that the answer is, honestly, a lot. So we'll have to see what's going on there. In the meantime, thank you very much for joining me. It has been an absolute pleasure. I will hopefully catch you all later. Let me just snooze those ads so they don't come on in 5 seconds. And yes, we will raid out to, I imagine, Wasted. I don't think anyone else is going to be live at the moment, unless you guys want to watch Critical Role. I'm going to send you all over there. He's playing some Mechabellum. Have a good evening, and I shall catch you all next time. Goodbye.